1. The Hinterkaifeck Murders, 1922. The Hinterkaifeck murders are one of the most eerie and chilling true crime cases in history, and they still baffle investigators today. Located in the remote Bavarian countryside of Germany, Hinterkaifeck was a small farmstead where the Gruber family lived. In 1922, the farm was the site of a gruesome mass murder that remains unsolved to this day. The Gruber family. The family that lived at Hinterkaifeck consisted of Andreas Gruber, a 63-year-old farmer, his wife Casilia, their daughter Victoria, and their two grandchildren, Casilia's children, who were ages 7 and 2. The family had lived in isolation, surrounded by dense forest and a long distance from the nearest neighbors. In the months leading up to the murders, strange occurrences began happening that were reported by the family. Andreas Gruber noticed that there were footprints in the snow leading up to the house, but none leading away. He also found a mysterious tool in the barn that did not belong to anyone in the family. Casilia claimed to hear footsteps in the attic at night, though the family could not explain where they were coming from. But despite these eerie signs, no one took action to investigate further. The murders. On March 31, 1922, something horrible happened. The entire family was brutally murdered in their sleep, with the killer using a pickaxe. Andreas, Casilia, Victoria, and the two grandchildren were killed. The killer's savagery did not end with the murders. In fact, what makes this case even more disturbing is what happened afterward. It was discovered that the killer remained on the farm for several days after committing the murders. Neighbors reported seeing smoke coming from the farm's chimney, but when they visited, they were told by the murderer that everything was fine. The murderer even ate the family's food and continued to use their belongings. In fact, it seemed as though the killer had lived on the farm for several days without being detected, which raises unsettling questions about the motives and psychological state of the murderer. The discovery. The killings weren't discovered until several days later, when a maid from the family's household visited the farm to check on them. She arrived to find the entire family dead, and the scene was horrifying. Bodies were found in different rooms, some positioned in unnatural ways. What was more puzzling was the killer's ability to stay at the farm without anyone noticing. The police investigation did not yield any definitive answers. Several theories arose, including the possibility that the murderer was a member of the Gruber family itself. Some thought that Victoria's former lover, who had been recently seen near the farm, might have been involved. However, none of these theories provided enough evidence to solve the case. The unsolved mystery. One of the most disturbing aspects of the Hinterkaifeck murders is that despite extensive investigation and numerous suspects, the case remains unsolved. Many people believe that the killer was someone familiar with the farm, possibly a former worker, but the lack of concrete evidence makes it nearly impossible to identify the perpetrator. Some even speculate that the killer could have been hiding in the attic for days, unnoticed by the family. Over the years, there have been numerous theories surrounding the Hinterkaifeck murders. Some believe the murders were connected to the nearby forest, where many locals believed strange and sinister things occurred. Others believe the killer may have been a drifter, taking advantage of the family's isolation. But as time has passed, the case has remained cold, with the killer's identity still a mystery. The chilling events at Hinterkaifeck, along with the unexplained signs and the killer's unsettling stay after the murders, have made this one of the most haunting and puzzling true crime stories in history. Haunted by the past. To this day, the farmstead of Hinterkaifeck remains abandoned, with many visitors to the area claiming to experience strange and unsettling events. The once thriving farm is now the source of numerous ghost stories, with people saying they've seen figures in the windows and heard footsteps in the nearby woods. Some even say that the farm is haunted by the spirits of the Gruber family. The Hinterkaifeck murders continue to be one of the most chilling mysteries in true crime history, a case filled with unanswered questions and an eerie sense of dread that lingers to this day. 2. The Villisca Axe Murders, 1912. In the small, sleepy town of Villisca, Iowa, the peacefulness of rural life was shattered one fateful night in 1912. The Villisca Axe Murders are one of the most horrific and unsolved crimes in American history, a brutal killing spree that claimed the lives of 8 innocent people in their sleep. The case remains unsolved to this day, leaving behind an air of mystery and haunting rumors. The Moore family. On the night of June 9, 1912, the Moore family, Josiah, his wife Sarah, and their 4 children, invited 2 young guests, Lena and Ina Stillinger, to spend the night with them. The family, well-liked in the community, lived in a modest home in Villisca. That night, the 2 families went to church together, and after returning home, they went to bed. But what happened next is beyond chilling. The murders. Sometime during the night, an unknown killer or killers entered the house and murdered everyone inside with an axe. The victims were all bludgeoned while they slept, each one struck multiple times in the head. The killer took their time, committing the crime methodically, leaving behind a gruesome and shocking scene. The murderer covered the faces of the victims with sheets and placed the axe beside the bodies, making it clear that the attacks were carried out with a chilling calmness. The blood was still fresh, and the scene was one of unimaginable horror. The discovery. The following morning, neighbors grew concerned when they realized that the Moores and the Stillinger girls had not been seen. They sent someone to check on them, and what they found was an unimaginable scene of death. The police arrived, and the investigation began immediately. The house was locked from the inside, and there was no sign of forced entry. The killer had carefully wiped down the axe and left it on the floor. Strangely, there were no signs of a struggle or theft, leading investigators to question the motive. One of the most eerie details of the crime was that the killer had spent hours in the house after the murders were committed. The killer had even stayed long enough to eat food from the family's pantry. This unnerving fact suggested that the murderer may have been familiar with the house and its layout. The investigation. The investigation was intense, but it was plagued by confusion and misdirection. Several suspects were considered, but none of the theories led to a breakthrough. There were several possible explanations. A local man named Frank Jones was considered a prime suspect. He had a known grudge against Josiah Moore, possibly over business disputes. However, no solid evidence connected him to the crime. Another suspect was Reverend George Kelly, who had visited the Moore home on the night of the murders and was known to have acted suspiciously. He was even arrested, but after a lengthy investigation, he was released due to a lack of evidence. Despite multiple suspects and much speculation, the investigation never brought closure. The killer, or killers, remained at large, and the case became a cold mystery. The haunting legacy. Over the years, the Villisca house became a dark legend in American true crime history. The house, located on 2nd Avenue, was eventually purchased and turned into a museum. Visitors began to report strange occurrences when touring the house. Some claimed to hear the sounds of children crying, while others felt a cold presence or saw shadows moving around the rooms. The haunting energy of the house has captivated those fascinated by the grisly events that unfolded there. People have visited the house hoping to uncover the truth about what happened that night, but the shadows of the Villisca axe murders remain unanswered. Paranormal investigators have attempted to uncover the spirit of the killer or the victims, but many leave the house feeling disturbed by the lingering presence of the tragedy. A continuing mystery. To this day, the Villisca axe murders remain unsolved. Various theories and suspects have been suggested, but the identity of the killer remains a mystery. The quiet town of Villisca has become the backdrop for one of the most disturbing true crime stories in the United States, leaving behind a legacy of fear and unanswered questions. The murders shocked the town of Villisca and left an indelible mark on its history. The mystery surrounding the case continues to intrigue true crime enthusiasts and paranormal investigators alike, and the Villisca house remains a dark, eerie reminder of one of America's most gruesome and mysterious crimes. The Villisca axe murders, an in-depth look. The Villisca axe murders case continues to haunt not just the town of Villisca, Iowa, but also anyone who delves into it. The story is a chilling tale of brutal murder, a botched investigation, and a dark mystery that has yet to be solved. There are many layers to the case, and it's the unanswered questions, eerie details, and unresolved mysteries that keep it alive in the world of true crime enthusiasts and paranormal investigators. The crime scene. The crime scene was gruesome and presented many unsettling aspects. When the bodies of Josiah Moore, his wife Sarah, their 4 children, and the 2 visiting girls were discovered, they were all found in their beds, brutally murdered while they slept. The victims were bludgeoned in the head with an axe, and the crime appeared calculated, almost as if the killer had spent a significant amount of time in the house after the murders. The killer did not rush to leave after committing the murders. He, or she, had carefully covered the victims' faces with bedclothes and used the sheets to wipe down the axe, leaving no fingerprints. The axe was left behind at the scene, but there was no clear trace of the killer. The killer had also closed all the curtains and turned off the lights before leaving, a peculiar detail that suggests a premeditated attack, yet there was no sign of robbery or any tangible motive for the crime. This suggests that the murderer was not after money, but was instead driven by something far darker. One of the most disturbing aspects of the crime was the fact that no one heard the murders taking place. Villisca was a small town, and the Moore family lived in a close-knit community. For something so violent to occur in the dead of night without anyone hearing it seemed almost impossible. The killer had apparently used a strategy that ensured they were not detected, and the fact that the family was murdered while they slept added to the horror. The suspects. The investigation into the Villisca axe murders saw multiple suspects, but no clear evidence ever surfaced to pin the crime on anyone. Frank Jones. One of the primary suspects was Frank Jones, a wealthy businessman in Villisca who had a long-standing feud with Josiah Moore. The two had a bitter rivalry over business dealings, and many believed Jones harbored a deep grudge. Some theorists speculate that Jones, perhaps angry over losing a business opportunity to Moore, may have killed him and his family as an act of revenge. Jones, however, denied any involvement in the murders, and the police were never able to gather any concrete evidence linking him to the crime. Despite this, his name has remained one of the most popular theories among locals and true crime buffs. Reverend George Kelly. Another suspect was Reverend George Kelly, a traveling preacher who had stayed in Villisca on the night of the murders. He was known to have acted suspiciously and was arrested after the police discovered he had been near the Moore home on the evening of the killings. During questioning, Kelly gave contradictory statements and seemed to be evasive, which made him a prime suspect. However, Kelly's testimony was inconsistent, and after a lengthy investigation, he was released due to lack of evidence. Yet, some still believe that Kelly was involved, and his strange behavior continues to raise questions about his potential role in the crime. Other theories. Over the years, several other theories have been proposed. Some suggest that the killer may have been a local man who knew the Moore family and had a personal connection to them. There is also speculation that the murders were the result of a copycat killer, perhaps someone who was inspired by a similar crime. Others have even posited that the murders could have been committed by a serial killer who had been traveling through the area. Despite numerous theories and leads, no conclusive evidence has ever surfaced to identify the killer. The town of Villisca and the surrounding areas remain haunted by the mystery, and investigators continue to search for answers. The Villisca House, a haunted legacy. The house where the murders occurred has become a focal point of the tragedy. It is now open to the public as a museum, and is known as one of the most haunted locations in the United States. Paranormal investigators have flocked to the site, hoping to uncover evidence of the spirits of the victims or perhaps the ghost of the killer. Visitors and paranormal investigators have reported numerous strange and unexplainable occurrences while inside the house. Cold spots. People have felt sudden drops in temperature, especially in the rooms where the murders took place. Children's laughter and whispers. Many visitors have heard eerie sounds, such as children laughing or whispering, coming from the rooms where the victims were found. Unexplained shadows and figures. Some people have claimed to see shadowy figures moving in the house, particularly in the areas where the victims were murdered. Disembodied footsteps. One of the most common reports is hearing footsteps moving through the house when no one else is present. Some visitors believe the house is haunted by the restless spirits of the victims, particularly the children, who died so violently and unexpectedly. The presence of these spirits seems to add a layer of eerie discomfort to the already unnerving atmosphere of the home. The unsolved mystery. The Villisca axe murders remain one of the most puzzling and horrifying crimes in American history. Despite years of investigation and numerous theories, no one has ever been convicted or even definitively identified as the killer. The case is a chilling reminder of how a brutal, senseless act of violence can leave behind not only victims but also a trail of unanswered questions. To this day, people continue to visit the Villisca house, and the town remains forever tied to the grisly events of 1912. the mystery surrounding the murders persists, and the question of who committed the Villisca axe murders continues to haunt both investigators and those who seek to understand this terrible chapter in history. A deeper dive into the Villisca axe murders, theories, investigation, and haunting. The Villisca axe murders case remains one of the most chilling and perplexing unsolved crimes in American history. The murder of 8 innocent people, including 6 children, with an axe in their sleep was a horrific event that shocked the small town of Villisca, Iowa, and left lingering questions that still haunt true crime enthusiasts and paranormal investigators alike. The investigation into the crime has been riddled with flaws, missed opportunities, and potential cover-ups. To understand the true depth of this case, let's explore the details further, focusing on the botched investigation, the theories surrounding the crime, and the eerie hauntings that still persist. The crime scene, a methodical, silent killing. The Villisca axe murders were especially disturbing due to the nature of the killings and the atmosphere surrounding the crime. The victims were all killed while they slept, with the killer striking them multiple times in the head with a heavy axe. The axe was left behind at the crime scene, meticulously wiped clean of fingerprints, making it appear as though the killer was calm and deliberate. Murder weapon. The axe used in the murders was part of the Moore family's own farm tools. This points to the possibility that the killer had some level of familiarity with the household. No forced entry. Despite the brutality of the killings, there was no sign of forced entry into the house. The killer didn't need to break in. The house was apparently unlocked, possibly allowing the murderer to slip inside undetected. Blood on the walls. The most gruesome aspect of the scene was the blood splattered on the walls and ceilings. The axe caused such blunt force trauma that it splattered blood in a chaotic and disturbing pattern. Covered faces. After killing the family, the murderer took the time to cover the victims' faces with sheets, which adds a layer of cold calculation to the crime. This action suggests that the killer had no immediate need to flee and may have stayed in the house for a while afterward. One of the most unnerving details was that the killer stayed in the house for a period of time after committing the murders. Some reports claim the killer ate food from the family's kitchen, smoked a cigarette, and possibly even slept in the house. This level of calmness in the aftermath of such a violent crime leaves a disturbing question. Why did the killer linger in the home? Was this a psychological decision, or was the killer awaiting something, or someone? The investigation, mistakes and missed clues. After the discovery of the bodies, law enforcement launched a full-scale investigation, but it was riddled with mistakes. Many factors contributed to the investigation's failure, and as time passed, the trail to the killer grew colder. The early response. The police arrived at the crime scene, but the area was not properly secured. There was confusion about how to handle the evidence, and by the time the crime scene was fully processed, vital details may have been compromised. For example, law enforcement allowed townspeople to enter the house freely before the scene was properly documented. The missing evidence. Evidence that could have been crucial to solving the case was missed. No one had properly searched the barn or the outbuildings until days later, which meant that any footprints, clothing, or weapons the killer may have left behind were missed. Given the rural nature of the area, it's possible that the killer had made their way into the barn or fields unnoticed. Lack of forensic technology. At the time, forensic science was not as advanced as it is today. Fingerprints were not yet fully understood as evidence, and there was no way to trace or match DNA to suspects. As a result, the police had no real tools to analyze the crime scene for clues that could have led them to the killer. Suspects and theories. Who was the killer? Over the years, there have been several suspects in the Villisca axe murders case, but no one has ever been definitively proven to be the killer. Some of the more notable theories include: 1. Frank Jones, the business rival. Frank Jones was a wealthy businessman in Villisca and a bitter rival of Josiah Moore. Jones was known to have been angry about losing a business contract to Moore and had been heard making threats against him in the weeks leading up to the murders. Some believe that Frank Jones orchestrated the murders out of revenge. However, the evidence against Jones was circumstantial at best. He was never directly linked to the crime, and despite the rumors and suspicion, he was never formally charged. There was also an interesting development in 1916 when a young man named Albert Jones, Frank's son, was arrested, but he was cleared due to lack of evidence. 2. Reverend George Kelly, the suspicious preacher. Reverend George Kelly was a traveling preacher who stayed in Villisca around the time of the murders. He was a suspect because he had been acting oddly, and witnesses recalled seeing him near the Moore house on the night of the killings. During his interrogation, Kelly gave contradictory statements about his whereabouts and had an odd alibi. Despite being questioned and even arrested, Kelly was released due to lack of hard evidence. Many believe he was guilty, but his strange behavior could have been a red herring, making it unclear whether he was involved or not. 3. A serial killer? One theory that has gained traction over the years is that the Villisca axe murders were the work of a serial killer who was traveling through the Midwest. Some have linked the murders to other similar crimes in the region, all of which were carried out with an axe and involved families being killed in their sleep. This theory posits that the killer may have moved from town to town, committing similar murders, but was never caught due to the transient nature of his crimes. If this theory is correct, it suggests that the Villisca murders were part of a larger killing spree that the police never connected due to the isolated nature of the crime scenes. 4. A family member? A more unsettling theory suggests that the killer may have been someone close to the family, potentially a disgruntled relative or even a family member with an unresolved issue. However, no one has ever been able to connect a family member directly to the crime. Paranormal activity. The Villisca house today. After the murders, the Moore family's house became the site of numerous paranormal investigations. The location is now a well-known tourist attraction, and people from all over the world visit to experience the eerie atmosphere. The house has become infamous for its haunted reputation, with countless reports of strange occurrences. Disembodied voices. Many visitors to the house have claimed to hear children's laughter or whispers in the rooms where the murders took place. This has led some to believe that the spirits of the Moore children haunt the house. Shadowy figures. People have reported seeing shadowy figures moving through the rooms, and some claim to have captured these apparitions on camera. Cold spots. Visitors have often described feeling sudden drops in temperature, especially in the rooms where the victims were found. These cold spots seem to appear out of nowhere, adding to the unsettling feeling that the house is still inhabited by the restless spirits of the victims. Noises. Paranormal investigators who have visited the house claim to have heard footsteps, creaking floorboards, and even the sounds of an axe being swung. This has led to speculation that the killer's spirit may still haunt the place. Conclusion. The unsolved horror of the Villisca axe murders. The Villisca axe murders case remains one of the most eerie and unresolved true crime stories in American history. Despite decades of investigation, numerous theories, and countless paranormal investigations, the identity of the killer remains unknown. The brutal, silent killings that took place on that fateful night in 1912 continue to intrigue and terrify people to this day. The mystery, combined with the lingering haunting of the Villisca house, makes the case even more chilling. Whether the killer is a long-gone figure lost to history or the spirit of the murderer still haunts the house is a question that may never be answered. What's certain is that the Villisca axe murders will forever be a part of American folklore, a chilling tale of murder, mystery, and the unknown. 4. The murder of the Sodder children, 1945. The Sodder family tragedy is one of the most mysterious and horrifying cases in American history, involving the disappearance of 5 children after a fire that destroyed their home in West Virginia. What makes this case so chilling is that there was no trace of the children after the fire, and despite a thorough investigation, their fate remains unknown. The fire. On Christmas Eve, 1945, in the small town of Fayetteville, West Virginia, the Sodder family's home caught fire. The fire began late at night, around 1 a.m., and completely destroyed the house. The fire department arrived quickly, but by the time they had managed to put out the flames, it was too late to save the family. The parents, George and Jenny Sodder, along with 4 of their children, managed to escape the blaze, but 5 of their children, Martha, 14, Louis, 9, Jenny, 8, Betty, 5, and Sylvia, 2, were believed to have perished in the fire. However, what happened next was nothing short of baffling. The unexplained absence of the children. Despite the fire's intensity, no remains of the children were found in the rubble. The fire had completely consumed the house, but there was no trace of the bodies. This led to immediate suspicion that the children may not have died in the fire at all. Unusual circumstances. The house was completely destroyed, yet the fire's intensity didn't seem to match the complete disappearance of the children. There were also no signs of the children's bodies in the ashes, which is highly unusual given the severity of the fire. The parents were told by authorities that the children had most likely died in the fire, but this explanation did not sit right with George and Jenny. The investigation. George Sauter, determined to find the truth, started his own investigation into the events surrounding the fire. He hired private detectives and spoke with fire experts, all of whom suggested that the fire was not intense enough to destroy human bodies entirely. In fact, it was suggested that the children could not have perished in the blaze because the fire would not have consumed their remains in the way it did. Theories of kidnapping and murder. After months of investigation, George and Jenny Sauter came to a horrifying conclusion. Their children may have been kidnapped before the fire was set. There were several strange occurrences before and after the fire that suggested foul play. Phone call and mysterious lights. Before the fire, the Sauters had received a strange phone call from a man who seemed to know details about their family. In the days leading up to the fire, George also noticed that a group of men had been acting suspiciously around the house. Later, he discovered that his truck had been tampered with, making him suspect that someone was trying to prevent him from escaping or fleeing. The smoke and fire. Neighbors reported seeing flames and smoke coming from the house well before the fire started. The fire, according to some witnesses, appeared to have been set deliberately, and it spread unusually quickly. In the aftermath, there were also reports of a big explosion, which suggested that some of the children's belongings had been deliberately destroyed. The lack of evidence. The most disturbing fact was the absence of any bodies. Investigators at the time were perplexed by the lack of physical evidence. Some experts theorized that the children were either kidnapped or taken before the fire was started. It's believed that the fire was set to cover up the kidnapping, but despite searching, there was no evidence to suggest that the children were ever found. The search for the missing children. The Sauter family never gave up hope of finding their missing children. They put up a $10,000 reward for information about the children's whereabouts, and for years, they received several tips from people claiming to have seen the children alive. Some witnesses reported seeing the children in other states, while others claimed they had seen them in Italy, which led George to investigate further. However, none of these leads ever panned out. The case remained cold, and as the years went on, the mystery only deepened. The creepy sightings and theories. Several years after the fire, George and Jenny Sauter continued to receive strange phone calls and letters, including a mysterious note with a photograph that seemed to show one of their missing children. They received a photo showing a young woman who looked strikingly similar to their daughter, Betty, but despite the police investigation, the woman's identity could not be confirmed. One of the most chilling aspects of the case was the theory that the children were possibly kidnapped by a criminal syndicate or a group of people with ties to organized crime. This theory was based on a few key facts: the children's sudden disappearance, the fire being a distraction, and the possibility that the children had been taken as part of a larger criminal operation. The family's final search. Despite the years passing, the Sauter family never stopped looking for their children. In the 1950s, they had a private investigator look into the case once more. The investigator uncovered information that suggested the fire may have been part of a larger conspiracy to kidnap the children. Sadly, George and Jenny Sauter passed away without ever knowing the fate of their children. However, the story of the Sauter children lives on, with many still haunted by the mystery surrounding their disappearance and the possibility that they were taken and forced into a life far from their home. A continuing mystery. Today, the case of the Sauter children remains one of the most puzzling unsolved disappearances in American history. Despite extensive investigation, the truth about what happened that night in 1945 is still unknown. Some believe that the children were kidnapped and that the fire was part of a sinister plot to cover up the crime, while others suggest that the fire itself was just a tragic accident that caused the children to vanish without a trace. To this day, the family's story remains a heartbreaking and chilling mystery that continues to baffle investigators and haunt those who learn of it. 3. The Amityville Horror, 1975. The Amityville Horror is one of the most infamous haunted house stories in American history. It centers around the Lutz family, who moved into a large Dutch colonial house in Amityville, New York, in 1975. The story that followed their brief stay is a chilling one, filled with terrifying paranormal experiences, disturbing phenomena, and the belief that the house itself was cursed. The background: the murders before the haunting. The story of the Amityville Horror begins with a horrific tragedy that took place just 1 year before the Lutz family moved in. On November 13, 1974, the house at 112 Ocean Avenue was the site of a brutal mass murder. The DeFeo family, parents Ronald and Louise, and their 4 children, were killed in their sleep by the eldest son, Ronald DeFeo Jr. He used a rifle to murder his entire family. Ronald DeFeo Jr. later claimed that voices in his head instructed him to kill his family. He was convicted of second-degree murder, and the house was left vacant for over a year before the Lutz family moved in. But the horrors didn't end with the DeFeo murders. The Lutz family move in. In December 1975, George and Kathy Lutz, along with their 3 children, moved into the DeFeo family's house. They had heard about the house's history, but were undeterred. The house was large and beautiful, and they were able to buy it at a bargain price, even though it had a grim past. But soon after settling in, the Lutz family began experiencing terrifying and unexplained events that would change their lives forever. The paranormal experiences. The Lutz family's time in the house lasted only 28 days, but in that short period, they experienced what they described as disturbing and violent paranormal activity. The events included unexplained sounds. The family reported hearing strange noises, such as doors banging, furniture moving, and eerie, unexplainable sounds, like animals howling or marching footsteps. The smell of decay. One of the most frightening experiences involved a strong smell of decay in the house, particularly near the basement, which was once the site of the DeFeo murders. The smell of death seemed to come and go, adding an unsettling element to their experiences. Cold spots and temperature drops. The Lutz family experienced sudden and drastic temperature drops. Rooms that had previously been warm would suddenly turn freezing cold, a common paranormal phenomenon. Green ooze. One of the most bizarre occurrences was the appearance of green slime oozing from the walls and keyholes. This strange substance would drip down the walls of the house, adding to the house's sinister aura. The demonic pig. Jody, the Lutz family reported seeing an apparition of a demonic pig with glowing red eyes, which they named Jody. This terrifying vision was witnessed by the children, who claimed the pig-like creature would appear and stare at them from the windows. Later, the creature was said to change shape and become a large, menacing figure. Possession and mental deterioration. Perhaps the most terrifying experience was that George Lutz began to exhibit disturbing behavior. He would wake up at 3:15 a.m. every night, the time the DeFeo murders took place, and feel a strange compulsion to go outside. He also became obsessed with chopping wood, and his personality began to change, becoming more irritable and volatile. The Lutz family's departure. After just 28 days, the Lutz family fled the house in terror. Kathy Lutz reported that they couldn't take the haunting anymore and decided to leave the house, abandoning their belongings behind. Their departure marked the end of their brief stay, but the story of the Amityville Horror was far from over. The book and movie, spreading the legend. After the Lutz family left, they contacted author Jay Anson, who wrote the book The Amityville Horror, which was published in 1977. The book detailed their terrifying experiences in the house, which soon became a bestseller. The Lutz family's story was so sensational that it captured the attention of the media and the public. The book was adapted into a movie in 1979, which further fueled the story's popularity and solidified its place in popular culture. Over the years, several sequels, documentaries, and even more films were made, each adding to the myth and mystery of the Amityville Horror. Skepticism and doubts. Was it all a hoax? While the story of the Amityville Horror captivated audiences, there has been significant skepticism about its authenticity. Several key points raised doubts about the Lutz family's claims. Inconsistencies in the Lutz accounts. Some researchers pointed out inconsistencies in the Lutz family's stories. For example, the Lutzes initially said they were afraid to talk to the police, but later interviews revealed that they had discussed the paranormal events with neighbors and other individuals early on. This has led some to believe that the family exaggerated or fabricated some of the events for attention. The role of Ed and Lorraine Warren. The famous paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren were brought in to investigate the house in 1976. They claimed the house was indeed haunted, but their involvement also added a layer of sensationalism to the story. Some skeptics argue that the Warrens played a role in amplifying the haunting for financial gain. The psychological theory. Others believe that the Lutz family experienced what is known as collective delusion or mass hysteria, where the family's anxiety over the house's dark history may have caused them to interpret ordinary events as paranormal activity. In this view, the family's experience might have been influenced by their psychological state rather than actual supernatural occurrences. The house today. Despite the controversy, the Amityville house remains a central figure in American paranormal folklore. The house at 112 Ocean Avenue has been sold several times over the years, and its exterior was changed to remove the house's infamous quarter-circle windows, which contributed to its menacing appearance. While no one has reported similar paranormal experiences after the Lutzes, the house is still widely known as a site of haunting and terror. It continues to attract paranormal investigators, and it's often included in lists of the most haunted places in America. Legacy of the Amityville Horror. The Amityville horror story has taken on a life of its own, blending fact and fiction, with ongoing debates about whether the supernatural experiences were real or fabricated. However, its influence on pop culture is undeniable. The story has inspired countless horror films, documentaries, and books. It continues to be a source of fascination for those who are drawn to the mysteries of the paranormal. Whether the Amityville horror was a true haunting or an elaborate hoax, it remains one of the most famous and controversial supernatural events in history. 5. The Black-Eyed Children. The Black-Eyed Children phenomenon is one of the most chilling and unnerving paranormal stories of recent years. These strange, eerie children with jet black eyes are reported to appear at people's doors, asking for help or seeking entry into their homes. Despite their innocent appearance, these encounters have left witnesses terrified and confused, with some claiming they felt an overwhelming sense of dread in the presence of the black-eyed children. What are the black-eyed children? The black-eyed children are described as children between the ages of 6 and 16, with pale skin and dark hair. They often appear uninvited, standing on doorsteps or outside vehicles late at night. The most terrifying characteristic of these children is their completely black eyes. No whites, just dark, empty orbs. Their appearance is often accompanied by a sense of unease, and those who encounter them report feeling an instinctive fear and dread. The black-eyed children first gained attention in the late 1990s, when a series of internet posts and reports emerged, detailing encounters with strange children who seemed out of place and acted in a manner that unsettled the witnesses. Over time, these stories became more common, with numerous individuals claiming to have had similar experiences. Common characteristics of encounters. Witnesses who claim to have encountered black-eyed children describe similar experiences, often noting these key traits. Appearing at night. Most sightings occur at night or during the early hours of the morning. The children are often seen on doorsteps or outside cars, sometimes knocking on windows or asking for help. An overwhelming sense of fear. Those who come into contact with the black-eyed children report feeling an unshakable sense of fear and unease. It's as though the presence of these children carries an aura of malevolence. Some describe the feeling as being physically overwhelming. Requests to enter homes or cars. The children typically ask to be let inside, often claiming they are lost, need help, or are simply cold. However, there is always something off about their requests, and many witnesses feel an instinctive urge not to comply. Some report that the children insist on entering, making people feel cornered or trapped. Their appearance. The most striking feature of the black-eyed children is their eyes. Witnesses consistently report that their eyes are entirely black, with no white or sclera, just a dark void. This terrifying feature seems to be their most distinguishing characteristic and the one that sets them apart from normal children. Disturbing behavior. The children may exhibit strange or unnatural behavior, such as speaking in a monotone or insisting on entering the home or car without any clear reason. Some accounts suggest that the children are able to influence the thoughts of their victims, creating an unshakable feeling that they should not let them in. Famous accounts of black-eyed children encounters. The stories of black-eyed children encounters have been shared online, and some of the most famous reports include the following. The Texas encounter. One of the most well-known encounters occurred in Texas, where a man was sitting in his car late at night when he saw two children approach. The children knocked on his window and asked to be let in, claiming they needed help. When the man refused, he noticed their eyes were completely black. He described feeling an overwhelming sense of dread and immediately drove away, leaving the children standing on the sidewalk. The haunted house incident. A woman living in a rural house in New England reported that late one evening, she was startled by a knock on her door. When she opened it, two children stood outside, asking to be let inside. One child was particularly persistent, even attempting to step past her threshold. When the woman looked at their faces, she saw that their eyes were entirely black. Terrified, she slammed the door and quickly locked it. The children did not attempt to return, but the woman said she felt a lasting unease. The night visitor. A man in the UK recalled an experience when a child appeared outside his window at night. The child asked if they could come inside to use the phone. As the man looked at the child, he noticed that their eyes were unnaturally dark. When the man refused to let them in, the child's face seemed to twist into something unrecognizable. The man reported feeling paralyzed by fear and had trouble moving or speaking. Theories and explanations. Several theories have emerged to explain the black-eyed children phenomenon, ranging from supernatural to psychological. Demonic entities. One of the most popular theories is that the black-eyed children are demonic entities or spirits, possibly acting as a form of supernatural entity that seeks to enter the homes of unsuspecting people. The fact that they often seem to demand entry is seen as a characteristic of malevolent spirits that feed on fear, aliens or otherworldly beings. Another theory is that the black-eyed children are extraterrestrial beings or aliens sent to infiltrate human society. Their black eyes and strange behavior could indicate that they are not human and may be involved in an alien agenda, whether it's for study or something more sinister. Psychological phenomenon. Some psychologists argue that the black-eyed children phenomenon could be a product of mass hysteria or collective delusion, where people's fear and cultural influences have caused them to interpret strange encounters as paranormal. The rise of internet stories may have perpetuated this psychological trend, leading people to believe in and share similar stories. Paranormal urban legend. It's possible that the black-eyed children are nothing more than an urban legend, a piece of modern folklore that has gained traction through online platforms and media. Like many other ghost stories, the phenomenon may simply be a result of cultural imagination, fueled by fear and the desire for spooky stories. Why the phenomenon endures. The black-eyed children continue to captivate the imagination of those interested in the paranormal. The combination of their innocent appearance, the chilling black eyes, and their unsettling behavior make them a perfect example of how folklore and horror stories evolve in the digital age. As more and more people share their experiences online, the legend grows, ensuring that the black-eyed children will remain a staple of modern ghost stories for years to come. While many of these encounters could be explained away by skepticism, the sheer consistency of the reports and the visceral fear they invoke make it hard to dismiss the possibility of something truly paranormal at work. Conclusion. The black-eyed children. The black-eyed children remain one of the most terrifying and mysterious paranormal phenomena of recent years. Whether they are malevolent spirits, extraterrestrial beings, or simply the product of collective imagination, the eerie tales of their encounters continue to haunt anyone who hears them. The unsettling sensation that something is terribly wrong when you encounter one of these strange children, and the instinctive refusal to let them in, speaks to a deep, primal fear that something is not as it seems. 6. The Dyatlov Pass Incident, 1959. The Dyatlov Pass Incident is one of the most mysterious and unexplained events in the history of mountaineering. It involves the deaths of 9 experienced hikers in the Ural Mountains of Soviet Russia, and despite numerous investigations and theories, no one has ever been able to fully explain what happened on that fateful night in February 1959. The hikers, a group of young explorers. The victims of the Dyatlov Pass incident were a group of 9 Soviet hikers led by Igor Dyatlov, an experienced mountaineer and leader of the expedition. The group set out on a ski trip to the Ural Mountains, aiming to reach Otorten, a peak in the northern Urals. The hikers were experienced and well prepared for the journey, and they were all in their 20s, eager to explore one of the most remote regions of the Soviet Union. However, on the night of February 1, 1959, something went horribly wrong, and the hikers never returned. The mysterious deaths. After the hikers failed to return as planned, a search and rescue mission was launched. A few weeks later, the searchers found the hikers' tent, located on the slopes of Dead Mountain, now known as Dyatlov Pass. The tent had been slashed open from the inside, and the hikers' belongings, including shoes and warm clothing, were left behind. This indicated that the hikers had fled the tent in a hurry, with no regard for their safety in the freezing temperatures. The bodies of the hikers were found scattered around the area, some in a grotesque state of undress, despite the freezing temperatures, around -30 degrees Celsius or -22 degrees Fahrenheit. Some were barefoot or wearing only socks. Several of the bodies showed signs of extreme physical trauma, while others were found with no obvious injuries. In addition, some hikers had missing eyes and tongues, which was extremely unsettling and led to numerous theories about what had occurred. The traumatic injuries. Major trauma. Several of the hikers showed signs of severe physical trauma, including broken ribs, fractured skulls, and internal injuries. Some reports suggested that the trauma resembled injuries that would be caused by a high-speed car crash or a severe beating, but no external wounds were visible. Eyes and tongues missing. What made the injuries even more mysterious was the fact that some bodies were missing eyes and tongues. One of the most disturbing discoveries was that Ludmila Dubinina, one of the hikers, had her tongue removed, and her eyes were gone, which led to rumors of ritualistic killings or strange, supernatural forces. Hypothermia and severe burns. Some of the bodies showed signs of hypothermia, while others had strange burns on their clothes and skin, which could not be explained. Some hikers also had radiation burns, and their clothing had traces of a radioactive substance, adding another layer of mystery to the case. Theories behind the Dyatlov Pass incident. There have been numerous theories proposed to explain the deaths of the Dyatlov group, but none have been conclusively proven. Some of the most popular theories include avalanche. One of the most widely accepted theories is that an avalanche occurred, forcing the hikers to flee their tent in a panic. In this scenario, the hikers may have been disoriented and confused by the avalanche, which could explain their hasty exit from the tent and their undressed state. However, no signs of an avalanche were found at the scene, and the hikers were experienced enough to recognize and avoid dangerous avalanche conditions. This theory remains controversial. Military involvement. Another theory suggests that the hikers may have been involved in some kind of military operation, either as accidental witnesses to a test or as part of an experiment. Some speculate that the hikers may have inadvertently stumbled upon a military test site, and the Soviet military may have tried to cover up their involvement in the deaths. However, there is no solid evidence to support this theory, and it remains speculative. Yeti or animal attack. Another disturbing theory is that the hikers were attacked by a yeti or some kind of large animal. Some of the hikers' injuries, particularly the missing eyes and tongues, seem to support this idea. However, there is no concrete evidence that supports the idea of a wild animal attack, and the other injuries sustained by the hikers don't match typical animal attacks. Paranormal or supernatural causes. Some believe that the Dyatlov Pass incident was the result of a paranormal event or supernatural forces. The eerie location of the incident, combined with the bizarre injuries and strange occurrences leading up to the hikers' deaths, has led some to suggest that the group may have encountered unknown forces. The fact that the hikers were in such a remote area, with few other people nearby, has fueled speculation about mysterious, unexplained phenomena. Psychological factors. Some have suggested that the hikers experienced a collective psychological breakdown, possibly induced by the extreme cold and isolation. According to this theory, the hikers may have panicked and suffered from hallucinations or delusions, which could explain their odd behavior and the injuries they sustained. However, this theory is not widely accepted by experts, given the severity of the physical trauma. The final mystery. Despite numerous investigations, including a re-examination of the case in the 2010s, no definitive answer has ever been found to explain the Dyatlov Pass incident. The Soviet authorities originally closed the case in 1959, citing an avalanche as the cause of the deaths, but many experts and researchers believe this explanation is insufficient and does not account for the bizarre injuries and circumstances. Over the years, there have been several books, documentaries, and theories put forward, but the truth behind what happened to the Dyatlov group remains a mystery. The case continues to captivate people around the world, with many conspiracy theorists and paranormal investigators speculating about the cause of their deaths. It remains one of the most perplexing and haunting unsolved mysteries of the 20th century. The Dyatlov Pass today. Dyatlov Pass is now a tourist destination for those intrigued by the mysterious events that took place there. While many visit to hike the area, others are drawn by the mystery surrounding the deaths of the hikers. Some claim to have experienced strange phenomena near the site, and there are even rumors that the location is cursed. Whether the deaths were the result of a natural disaster, a military cover-up, or something more sinister, the Dyatlov Pass incident will likely remain a chilling enigma for years to come. Conclusion: the Dyatlov Pass incident. The Dyatlov Pass incident is one of the most unsettling and baffling true horror stories. The combination of unexplained injuries, missing body parts, and bizarre circumstances surrounding the hikers' deaths has left many theories unresolved. Whether it was a tragic accident, a sinister cover-up, or something supernatural, the mystery of Dyatlov Pass remains an open wound in the history of unsolved mysteries. A deeper dive into the Dyatlov Pass incident, 1959. The Dyatlov Pass incident has captivated the imaginations of countless people over the decades, sparking a plethora of theories, investigations, and speculations. To fully grasp the gravity of this case, it's essential to explore the details surrounding the hiker's journey, the investigation that followed, and the lingering mystery that still persists. Let's dive deeper into the event itself, the aftermath, and some of the more complex theories that continue to surround this tragedy. The hikers' expedition. Who were they? The group of hikers, led by Igor Dyatlov, were a team of 9 experienced students and graduates from the Ural Polytechnical Institute. Their goal was to complete a ski trip to Otorten, a mountain peak located in the northern Ural Mountains of Soviet Russia. These were not novice hikers. They were highly skilled mountaineers who had been preparing for this trip for months. The group was composed of Igor Dyatlov, leader, Zinaida Kolmogorova, Rustem Slobodin, Yuri Doroshenko, Yuri Krivoniskenko, Nikolai Thibault-Brignoles, Ludmila Dubinina, George, Zinaida, Semyon, Sasha, Alexiev. The group set off from the city of Sverdlovsk, now Ekaterinburg, in late January 1959, and their expedition was expected to take about 2 to 3 weeks. Despite the challenging terrain, all hikers were well prepared, carrying supplies like warm clothes, skis, and food. They had also been given high marks in their training and had previously completed successful hikes together. Unforeseen problems. The detour. When the hikers set out, everything seemed to be going according to plan. However, on February 1, 1959, they made a critical decision to change their route due to bad weather conditions. They had originally intended to continue towards Otorten, but the heavy snowstorm and worsening weather forced them to move off course and set up camp on the slopes of Dead Mountain. It was this decision that ultimately led to their deaths. On the night of February 1st, the hikers set up camp on the slope, approximately 1,500 meters, 5,000 feet, from the top of the mountain. They cut their tent open from the inside, an unusual action that raised alarm and continues to be a focal point for the investigation. The discovery of the tent, a horrifying scene. When rescuers arrived weeks later, they found the tent slashed open from the inside, with the hikers' personal belongings still inside. This suggested that they had fled in a hasty panic, but there was no sign of struggle or theft. The tent had been cut open with a knife from within, indicating that the hikers had not been trying to escape a physical attacker, but rather were reacting to something else entirely. The fact that the hikers had fled in such a disordered state is puzzling. There were no obvious signs of external injuries at this point, and the removal of clothing was inexplicable, as the temperature that night dropped to around -30 degrees Celsius -22 degrees Fahrenheit, a deadly temperature for anyone exposed. The bodies, disturbing and unexplained injuries. The bodies of the hikers were found scattered across the area near the campsite. Some were found in the forest, a distance away from the tent, while others were discovered closer to the tent. There are key aspects of the body's condition that remain disturbing and have spurred various theories about their deaths. Severe trauma. Ludmila Dubinina and Semyon Alexiev had extensive internal injuries, including broken ribs, fractured skulls, and other crushing injuries. The severity of their trauma was comparable to the injuries one might expect in a high-speed car crash or severe physical assault. Interestingly, there were no external wounds to accompany this internal damage. This is a key detail that has puzzled experts. Some have suggested that the injuries were caused by a strong force, such as an avalanche or even an attack by an unknown entity, but the lack of external marks makes this theory less convincing. The missing eyes and tongue. Olivia gasped and stepped back. The forest seemed to close in around her, and the haunting melody returned, rising like a chorus of lost voices. She glanced toward the trees, heart pounding, and caught sight of a faint glow, another lantern, swinging gently between two twisted branches. Without hesitation, she moved toward it, each step echoing louder in the oppressive silence. The hollow was alive, and it was watching. Olivia moved through the forest with renewed purpose, the flickering lantern guiding her way like a beacon in the darkness. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, felt amplified in the oppressive silence of the hollow. The melody that had haunted her since the pond began to swell and ebb like a tide, wrapping around her like a cold embrace. She clutched her mother's journal tightly, the pages worn and fragile under her fingers. Each entry seemed to pull her deeper into a world she hadn't known existed, a world where shadows held memories, and the past bled into the present. The lantern ahead swung slowly, its light casting eerie shadows that danced along the twisted trunks of ancient trees. As Olivia neared, she realized it hung from a broken branch above a narrow path barely visible beneath a carpet of fallen leaves. Taking a deep breath, she stepped onto the path. The forest around her seemed to close tighter, the branches weaving into a natural archway that swallowed the moonlight. The air grew colder, heavier. She could feel the weight of unseen eyes tracking her every move. Suddenly, a low whisper drifted through the trees, a voice almost indistinguishable from the rustling leaves. "Turn back." Olivia's heart hammered, but she pressed on, the voice fading into the night as she followed the path deeper. Ahead, the ground sloped downward, revealing the entrance to a cavern hidden beneath the roots of a massive oak. A chill radiated from the dark maw, a cold so deep it seemed to seep into her bones. She hesitated at the threshold, the light from her lantern trembling in her grasp. Memories flooded her mind, her mother's warnings, Daniel's solemn eyes, the faces beneath the pond's surface. Summoning every ounce of courage, Olivia stepped inside. The cavern was vast, the walls slick with moisture, and the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. The only light came from her lantern, which cast long shadows that writhed like living things. Deeper inside, the faint sound of dripping water echoed, accompanied by a whispering chorus, the same melody, but distorted and haunting. Olivia moved forward, each step echoing against the stone. Suddenly, the ground beneath her shifted, and she stumbled into a shallow pit filled with tangled roots and scattered bones. A cold hand brushed her ankle, and she froze. The whispering grew louder, voices overlapping in a mournful song. Olivia's breath caught as a figure materialized from the shadows, a woman, translucent and shimmering, her eyes filled with sorrow. "Help us," the apparition pleaded. "Free us from the hollow's grip." Olivia nodded, determination blazing in her eyes. "I will. Tell me how." The ghost smiled faintly. "Seek the heart of the forest. Destroy the source. Only then will the silence end." With that, the figure vanished, leaving Olivia alone in the cold darkness. She stood, steadying her breath, and looked toward the cavern's depths. The journey was far from over. One of the most unsettling discoveries was that two hikers, Ludmila and Yuri Krivonischenko, had their eyes gouged out and tongues removed. The removal of the eyes and tongue suggested a violent or ritualistic motive, which many speculated could point to a supernatural or cult-related explanation. However, no evidence of such activities was found, leaving this one of the most baffling aspects of the case. Radiation and burn marks. Radiation burns were found on the clothing of some of the hikers, with traces of radioactive materials detected. This discovery led to numerous theories, including the possibility that the hikers had come into contact with a radioactive substance or had been near a military experiment involving radiation. In addition to this, some hikers' clothes were burned, though no cause for the burns could be identified. Some investigators have speculated that these burns could have been caused by electromagnetic radiation, which could tie back to the idea of secret Soviet military activities. The theories. What happened that night? Numerous theories have emerged to explain the tragic deaths of the Dyatlov group. None have been conclusively proven, but each offers a possible explanation. 1. Avalanche theory. The most widely accepted theory is that the group was caught in a small avalanche, which forced them to flee their tent in a panic. However, this theory is far from perfect. For one, the slope where the tent was set up was not an avalanche-prone area. Also, there were no signs of large snow deposits or typical avalanche damage found near the campsite. Yet, some researchers believe that the group's frantic reaction could have been due to a low-level avalanche that caused a snow slab to slide down the mountain. The hikers, fearing for their lives, may have cut their tent open in a panic, only to become exposed to the freezing cold, leading to their eventual deaths. 2. Military involvement. Some believe that the hikers may have unknowingly wandered into a military testing area, possibly involved in secret Soviet experiments or testing. This theory is bolstered by the presence of radiation traces on their clothing and the severity of their injuries. Some have suggested that the hikers stumbled upon a weapons test or were in the vicinity of chemical or biological experiments. The government's secretive response to the case and the strange behavior of the authorities have fueled suspicions of a cover-up. 3. Yeti or animal attack. Another theory proposes that the hikers were attacked by a yeti or another large animal. The severe injuries to the hikers, especially the missing eyes and tongue, were cited as possible evidence of an animal attack. However, no tracks or other signs of animal activity were found around the campsite, making this theory less plausible. 4. Paranormal or supernatural explanation. Perhaps the most fascinating and chilling theory is that the Dyatlov Pass incident was caused by supernatural forces. Some suggest that the hikers may have encountered a yeti, evil spirits, or even a curse tied to the mountain itself. The remote location of the incident, combined with the bizarre injuries and unexplained phenomena, has led to speculation that the hikers were victims of something beyond the natural world. The aftermath, the case that still haunts. Despite numerous investigations, the Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in modern history. Theories abound, but the lack of clear evidence and the many unanswered questions continue to haunt the case. While the Soviet authorities officially closed the investigation and suggested that an avalanche was the cause, there are too many inconsistencies and bizarre details for most to accept this explanation fully. The Dyatlov Pass has become a site of mystery, with modern-day hikers and paranormal enthusiasts drawn to the location to uncover the truth. The case continues to attract attention, with new theories and investigations emerging periodically, but the true cause of the hikers' deaths remains a chilling enigma. Conclusion: the unsolved mystery of Dyatlov Pass. The Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most puzzling and terrifying true crime stories in the world. Despite extensive investigation, the cause of the hikers' deaths is still unknown. Whether it was a natural disaster, a sinister conspiracy, or something supernatural, the mystery of Dyatlov Pass continues to captivate and terrify those who hear about it. 7. The Bell Witch Haunting, 1817 to 1821. The Bell Witch Haunting is one of the most well-known and terrifying ghost stories in American history. It took place in Adams, Tennessee, and centers around the Bell family and their terrifying experiences with an invisible and malevolent entity. The haunting spanned several years, from 1817 to 1821, and became infamous due to the strange paranormal events that plagued the Bell family. The Bell family. Who were they? The Bell family consisted of John Bell, his wife Lucy, and their children. The family had moved to Adams, Tennessee, in the early 1800s and built a prosperous farm. They were well liked in the community, and there seemed to be no reason to expect that their lives would be disturbed by such horrific events. However, in 1817, things began to change. The family first began experiencing strange occurrences when John Bell saw a mysterious creature near their land. He described it as a dog-like animal that appeared out of nowhere, its eyes glowing red. The creature vanished before he could act, but it was just the beginning of a series of unnerving events. The first signs of the haunting. Soon after John's encounter, strange disturbances began to plague the Bell family's home. The disturbances included knocking sounds. The first sign of paranormal activity was the sound of knocking on the walls and floors of their home. At first, the family assumed it was some sort of animal or a prank. However, the knocking became more intense and frequent, eventually moving to the doors and windows. The sounds often came in the middle of the night, causing the family to feel unnerved. Disembodied voices. Soon, the family began to hear whispering voices in the house. The voice seemed to come from an invisible source, and it would speak in a language that was unintelligible at first. As time went on, the voice began to communicate with the family members, addressing them by name. Physical attacks. The haunting took a darker turn when the family members began to experience physical attacks. John Bell was the primary target of these attacks. He would often report feeling a sudden, intense pressure on his chest, as though something was sitting on him. Other times, he would feel his hair being pulled or his face slapped. Lucy Bell and their children were also subjected to these violent events, including hair pulling, slapping, and scratches appearing on their bodies. The entity, who or what was behind the haunting. The Bell family soon realized that the entity tormenting them was no ordinary ghost. The entity, which came to be known as the Bell Witch, began to exhibit more complex behavior. Communication. The Bell Witch began to speak to the family, often in the voice of a woman. It was said to communicate with John Bell in a familiar, almost mocking way, responding to his questions and taunting him. The entity also claimed to have knowledge of future events and gave predictions that later came true. Unexplained sounds. The Bell Witch would make strange noises throughout the house, such as the sound of chains being dragged across the floor, the rattling of furniture, and the sound of someone walking. The footsteps and movements were said to be audible to everyone in the house. The witch's threats. The Bell Witch didn't limit her activities to just physical harm and eerie sounds. She would also engage in psychological warfare. The entity would speak of things that disturbed the family deeply, such as knowledge of their innermost thoughts and personal secrets. At times, the Bell Witch would curse at the family, call them names, or even threaten them with death. The death of John Bell. The haunting reached its peak in the winter of 1820. John Bell, the patriarch of the family, began to suffer from an unknown illness that left him bedridden. He experienced a variety of symptoms, including severe weakness, facial paralysis, and a strange, distorting effect on his voice. At one point, John Bell's condition worsened to the point that he was unable to speak. The Bell Witch was said to have taunted him relentlessly, saying that he would not survive and that death was imminent. On December 20th, 1820, John Bell died under mysterious circumstances. Some say he was poisoned by the Bell Witch, as a bottle of strange liquid was found by his bedside, which some believe had been administered by the entity. John Bell's death marked the peak of the haunting, but the story didn't end there. Aftermath. The witch's departure. Following John Bell's death, the Bell Witch seemed to lose interest in the family. The haunting began to taper off, and the Bell family was able to return to some semblance of normal life. The last recorded activity occurred around 1821, with reports stating that the Bell Witch promised to return 7 years later. Afterward, the entity disappeared from the family's life and was never seen again. Though the haunting ceased, the legend of the Bell Witch lived on, and it became one of the most famous ghost stories in American folklore. Theories behind the haunting. The Bell Witch haunting has been the subject of much debate, with several theories proposed to explain the supernatural occurrences. A natural phenomenon, toxins, or disease. Some skeptics believe that the Bell Witch's activities may have been the result of a natural cause. For example, some have suggested that poisoning from a fungus or hallucinogenic substances may have caused the Bell family to experience these strange events. Others believe that mental illness or mass hysteria could explain the paranormal activities. Poltergeist activity. Some researchers have suggested that the Bell Witch was a form of poltergeist, a mischievous spirit or energy that causes physical disturbances. Poltergeists are often associated with adolescents or young people, and some theorize that one of the Bell children, particularly Betsy Bell, could have been inadvertently causing the disturbances. However, this theory doesn't explain the more violent and malevolent aspects of the haunting, particularly John Bell's mysterious death. Supernatural manifestation. Many still believe that the Bell Witch was indeed a genuine supernatural entity, with some even claiming that it was a manifestation of a demonic spirit. The witch's predictions, her knowledge of the future, and her ability to physically harm the family all point to a malevolent force beyond the natural realm. The Bell Witch today, a continuing legacy. The Bell Witch remains one of the most famous hauntings in American folklore. Today, the legend continues to captivate people around the world. The site of the Bell family's farm is now a tourist attraction known as the Bell Witch Cave, where visitors can take tours and learn about the eerie history of the haunting. Many claim to have experienced strange phenomena on the property, such as unexplained sounds, cold spots, and feelings of unease. The Bell Witch has inspired countless books, movies, and documentaries, cementing its place in the canon of supernatural lore. It is still debated whether the haunting was the result of a real entity, a psychological breakdown, or something else entirely. Regardless, the Bell Witch continues to remain a chilling part of American history. Conclusion: the Bell Witch haunting. The Bell Witch haunting is a terrifying and enduring story that has haunted the American South for centuries. Whether you believe in the supernatural or not, the strange events surrounding the Bell family remain one of the most famous and chilling ghost stories of all time. 8. The Slaughterhouse of the Butcher of Plainfield, Ed Gein. Ed Gein, known as the Butcher of Plainfield, is one of the most infamous and disturbing criminals in American history. His horrific crimes, which inspired some of the most terrifying horror films, including Psycho, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs, are a chilling testament to the dark depths of human depravity. Gein's crimes were both grotesque and bizarre, involving body snatching, necrophilia, and the creation of bizarre art pieces from human remains. Early life: a troubled beginning. Born in 1906 in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Ed Gein had a difficult and troubled childhood. He was the second son of George and Augusta Gein, both of whom were strict, religious, and abusive. His father was an alcoholic, and his mother, Augusta, was overbearing and kept a tight grip on Ed and his brother, Henry. Augusta instilled in Ed a deep fear of women and sexuality, viewing women as inherently sinful. Ed's mother, in particular, shaped his worldview. She was a devout Lutheran who preached about the evil of women and the sanctity of virginity. She kept Ed isolated from other children and prevented him from having relationships with anyone outside of the family, creating a deeply dysfunctional and warped environment. Ed's brother, Henry, eventually moved away, but Ed stayed behind, caring for his mother. Tragically, in 1944, Henry died in a mysterious fire while the two were working on the Gein family farm. Ed claimed that he had been unable to save his brother, though there were no signs of the fire having been accidental. His mother died in 1945, leaving Ed alone on the family farm. The dark descent into madness. After the death of his mother, Ed's mental state deteriorated rapidly. He became increasingly obsessed with his mother's death and with the concept of life after death. He began to read books on the occult and became fascinated with the idea of creating a new mother from the bodies of women. Ed began exhuming bodies from local graveyards, particularly those of recently deceased women. He would visit the graves, digging up the corpses and bringing them back to his farmhouse, where he would meticulously remove their skin and organs. He believed that by preserving the remains, he could fashion a woman's suit to wear, allowing him to feel as though he had his mother back. The discovery, the crimes unraveled. The nightmare began to unravel on November 16, 1957, when Bernice Wardens, a local shopkeeper, went missing. Her son, Frank Wardens, discovered that his mother's bloodstains were found in the store. This led investigators to Ed Gein's property. When they arrived at Gein's farmhouse, they were met with a scene that shocked even the most seasoned officers. Inside the house, authorities discovered a macabre collection of human remains, including a full suit made of human skin, fashioned by Ed to wear like a garment, skulls that were turned into bowls, and human bones used for furniture and tools. The heart of Bernice Wardens, which was found in a frying pan in Gein's kitchen. A woman's face, cut off and hung on a wall like a mask. Human skulls and skull caps turned into bedposts and chairs. Bodies stripped of skin, with the remains stored throughout the house. What was even more disturbing was the fact that Gein didn't hide his collection. He seemed to have been living with it for years, undisturbed by the horrors around him. Ed Gein's psychological profile. Ed Gein's mental state was examined after his arrest. He was found to be mentally unstable, with clear signs of severe psychosis. Psychiatrists concluded that he was suffering from a severe personality disorder, influenced by his upbringing and the loss of his mother. His fascination with death, dismemberment, and the female body pointed to a deep psychological trauma rooted in his childhood and his mother's dominance. Gein's case was particularly disturbing because he did not exhibit the usual characteristics of a serial killer, such as extreme violence or pleasure in the act of killing. Instead, he seemed to kill to preserve life and to keep the memory of his mother alive in some twisted way. The trial and conviction. Ed Gein was charged with the murder of Bernice Wardens, though it was later revealed that he had committed at least 2 murders, if not more. However, many of his victims were exhumed from the graveyard, making it difficult to determine the exact number of his crimes. Gein was found not guilty by reason of insanity and was committed to a mental institution. He spent the remainder of his life in the Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, Wisconsin. He was deemed mentally unfit to stand trial, but was later declared sane enough to be held in a mental hospital. Ed Gein died in 1984 from cancer, at the age of 77. His gruesome legacy has continued to haunt the public imagination, and his story has inspired numerous films, books, and documentaries. Legacy and cultural impact. The influence of Ed Gein. While Ed Gein only killed 2 people that we know of, the psychological impact of his crimes was massive. His disturbing methods of body snatching and his use of human remains as decorations and furniture inspired several infamous fictional characters. Norman Bates from Psycho, 1960. Perhaps the most famous of all characters inspired by Gein, Bates shares many similarities with Gein, such as a domineering mother figure and a dark obsession with death. Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974. Leatherface's use of human skin to make masks and clothing mirrors Gein's own disturbing practices. Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs, 1991. Buffalo Bill's practice of making skin suits from his victims is directly inspired by Gein's horrific creations. Gein's story has become a chilling part of true crime history, with his crimes continuing to captivate and disturb those who study them. His ability to live such a grotesque double life, hiding his twisted actions in plain sight, is what makes Ed Gein's story so terrifying. Conclusion. The Butcher of Plainfield. Ed Gein's crimes were disturbing in their grotesque nature, but what makes them even more chilling is the fact that they were committed over several years, with Gein living undisturbed on his farm, among the remnants of his victims. His actions went far beyond murder. They delved into a psychological abyss that mixed necrophilia, obsession, and a twisted desire to preserve the past. Gein remains one of the most infamous figures in American criminal history, and his story continues to haunt the public imagination, inspiring fictional killers and real-world horror stories alike. 9. The Ghost Ship of the Mary Celeste, 1872. One of the most intriguing and eerie mysteries in maritime history is the story of the Mary Celeste, a ship that was discovered abandoned in the Atlantic Ocean, with no sign of its crew or any explanation for their disappearance. The circumstances surrounding the ghost ship and its unsolved mystery have captivated people for more than a century, leaving behind a chilling tale of supernatural speculation and unanswered questions. The Mary Celeste, a vessel of promise. The Mary Celeste was an American merchant brigantine ship built in 1861. It was well regarded for its seaworthiness and was used for cargo transport, primarily between the United States and Europe. The ship's captain, Benjamin Briggs, was an experienced and respected sailor, and his crew was said to be dependable. The ship was carrying a cargo of denatured alcohol and was scheduled to sail from New York to Genoa, Italy. On November 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York, with Captain Benjamin Briggs, his wife, Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter, Sophia, and a crew of 7 men on board. The voyage was expected to last around a month. The discovery. The ship found abandoned. On December 4, 1872, nearly a month after the ship set sail, the Mary Celeste was discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean, about 400 miles off the coast of the Azores Islands. The ship was in perfect condition, with the sails set, but there were no signs of distress. There was no crew to be found, and no evidence of foul play or a disaster at sea. It appeared as though the ship had been abandoned, but there was no logical reason for it. The ship's cargo was intact, and there were no signs of fire, water damage, or any kind of damage to the ship that would suggest an emergency. The lifeboat was missing, however, and this was one of the most puzzling details of the discovery. Everything was in order, except for one chilling fact: the crew was gone. What was found on board? The ship's log was found, but the last entry was dated November 25th, a full 9 days before the ship was discovered. The ship's crew and passengers had disappeared mysteriously, and there were no signs of struggle or violence. The following is what investigators found. The ship was fully provisioned, with enough food and water to last for several months. The cargo hold was undisturbed, with most of the denatured alcohol still on board. The personal belongings of the crew were found, including Captain Briggs's belongings and his wife's jewelry. The ship's logbook was intact, with the last entry made on November 25, 1872, just before the crew vanished. The lifeboat was missing, suggesting the crew may have abandoned ship in a hurry. Despite the lack of any obvious cause for the crew's disappearance, there were no signs of violence, struggle, or external damage to the ship. Everything seemed to be in order, and yet, the mystery of what happened to the people on board the Mary Celeste remained unsolved. Theories behind the disappearance. Over the years, a variety of theories have been proposed to explain the mystery of the Mary Celeste. Some of the most popular include piracy. One of the early theories was that the ship had been attacked by pirates. However, this theory was quickly ruled out. The ship was found undamaged, and there was no sign of a struggle or looting. Additionally, the cargo and valuables were still on board. Mutiny. Another theory suggested that the crew had mutinied and taken control of the ship. However, this theory was also discounted due to the lack of violence or signs of forced entry. Furthermore, the captain's personal belongings were found undisturbed, suggesting that there was no violence involved. Explosion or fire. Some believed that an explosion or fire in the cargo hold could have caused the crew to panic and abandon the ship. The Mary Celeste was carrying denatured alcohol, which is highly flammable, but this theory is unlikely because there was no sign of a fire or explosion. The cargo hold was still intact, and the ship was in good condition. Natural disaster. It has also been suggested that the ship was caught in a waterspout or tornado, which could have forced the crew to abandon ship. However, no storm was reported in the area at the time, and there was no evidence of any unusual weather conditions. Supernatural explanations. Given the mysterious nature of the case, some people have suggested that the Mary Celeste was the victim of a supernatural occurrence. The idea of a ghost ship has persisted over time, and many people have speculated that the crew may have been the victims of some malevolent force or curse. Some have suggested that the ship was haunted or that the crew's disappearance was the result of paranormal activity. Alcohol vapor. A more recent theory suggests that the crew may have been affected by vapor fumes from the denatured alcohol cargo, which could have caused hallucinations, panic, and ultimately the decision to abandon ship. This theory argues that the vapors could have caused the crew to become disoriented and irrational, leading them to believe that the ship was in danger and prompting them to abandon it in a panic. However, this theory remains speculative and has not been proven. Theories on the crew's fate. Despite extensive investigations, the fate of the Mary Celeste's crew remains one of the most enduring mysteries of the sea. The lack of evidence and the fact that no bodies were ever found has only deepened the mystery. Over the years, several more theories have been proposed, including the possibility that the crew murdered one another, though no signs of violence were ever found. The suggestion that the crew had been abducted by aliens or some unknown force. The theory that the crew had simply vanished into thin air. The most likely explanation remains that the crew abandoned the ship for reasons unknown, but why they did so and what happened afterward is still a question that haunts maritime enthusiasts to this day. The legacy of the Mary Celeste. The story of the Mary Celeste has endured for over a century, and the ghost ship continues to be one of the most famous maritime mysteries of all time. The legend of the ship's unexplained abandonment has inspired countless books, films, and theories, and the ship remains an iconic symbol of the unexplained. The wreck of the Mary Celeste was eventually sold to a British owner, but the ship met a tragic end. It was abandoned again in 1885 after running aground off the coast of Haiti. The ship was stripped and eventually left to rot, but its legacy as a ghost ship lives on. Conclusion: the Mary Celeste mystery. The story of the Mary Celeste remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in maritime history. The ship was found abandoned with no explanation for the disappearance of its crew, and despite numerous investigations and theories, the truth remains elusive. Whether the crew abandoned the ship for a reason that remains hidden in time, or whether the Mary Celeste was the victim of some supernatural or otherworldly event, is a mystery that continues to fascinate people around the world. 10. The disappearance of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers, 1900. The Flannan Isles lighthouse incident is one of the most perplexing and eerie disappearances in maritime history. It involves the mysterious vanishing of 3 lighthouse keepers from a remote lighthouse off the coast of Scotland in December 1900. The disappearance remains unsolved to this day, and the eerie circumstances surrounding it have spawned numerous theories, ranging from a tragic accident to a paranormal event. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse, a remote outpost. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse is located on one of the remote islands in the Outer Hebrides of Scotland, situated in the North Atlantic Ocean. The lighthouse was built to protect ships from the dangerous waters surrounding the islands, and it was manned by a small crew of lighthouse keepers who worked in isolation, keeping the light burning to guide passing ships. In December 1900, 3 men were stationed at the lighthouse: Donald MacArthur, James Duckett, and Thomas Marshall. The lighthouse was a solitary place of work, with only a small team maintaining the light. These 3 men were responsible for tending the lighthouse, a difficult and often lonely task. The mysterious disappearance. On December 15, 1900, a ship called the Hesperus passed by the Flannan Isles lighthouse and noticed something odd: the light was off. This was unusual because the lighthouse was supposed to be operational at all times, and the weather was clear, making it unlikely that the light had been extinguished due to a storm or malfunction. The crew of the Hesperus attempted to signal the lighthouse, but they received no response. Concerned, they reported the issue to the authorities, and a relief team was sent to check on the lighthouse and its keepers. On December 26, 1900, a rescue mission was launched, and a ship named the Hesperus arrived at the lighthouse to investigate. When the relief crew reached the island, they were met with a chilling scene. The lighthouse door was locked from the inside. The keepers' personal belongings were found inside the lighthouse, including their coats, hats, and boots. There were no signs of a struggle or any indication of what had happened to the keepers. The logbook was still intact, but the entries became increasingly strange in the days leading up to their disappearance. The last entry was made on December 15th, the day the light was extinguished. The logbook entries, a clue to the disappearance. The final entries in the logbook were strange and suggested a sudden change in conditions at the lighthouse. The entries described some unusual weather patterns, but what caught the attention of investigators was the mention of a terrible storm on December 12th, followed by a calm period. However, there were no signs of such a storm when the relief crew arrived, leading to further confusion. The last log entry stated, "The storm is over and the sky is calm, but the men are missing." One particularly eerie line mentioned that James Duckett had lost his composure during the storm, and that all 3 keepers appeared to be deeply distressed. The entries left some room for speculation, but they did not provide enough detail to explain the disappearance. Theories behind the disappearance. Over the years, several theories have been proposed to explain the sudden and inexplicable disappearance of the 3 lighthouse keepers. Some of the most widely discussed theories include a storm or shipwreck. One of the earliest theories was that a severe storm struck the island and caused the lighthouse keepers to panic, forcing them to abandon the lighthouse. However, the weather records from that time show no evidence of a storm on the night of their disappearance. Furthermore, the calm sea conditions at the time the rescue crew arrived made this theory less likely. A fight or conflict between the keepers. Another possibility is that the 3 keepers had a fallout or conflict, and one or more of them may have left the lighthouse. This theory suggests that interpersonal issues could have led to a tragic event. However, there were no signs of a struggle, and the keepers' personal belongings were found untouched inside the lighthouse, making this scenario unlikely. Supernatural or paranormal explanations. Some people believe that the disappearance was caused by paranormal forces. The Flannan Isles are located in a remote and isolated area, and many locals have long believed that the islands are cursed or haunted. The eerie nature of the disappearance, combined with strange logbook entries, has led to theories involving ghosts, sea spirits, or even a mysterious creature on the island. Some also speculate that the men may have been victims of a ghostly entity that haunted the lighthouse. Alien abduction. One of the more outlandish theories is that the lighthouse keepers were abducted by aliens. This theory suggests that the men were taken by extraterrestrial beings, as their sudden disappearance and the lack of physical evidence left behind has intrigued some paranormal enthusiasts. However, there is no scientific evidence to support this theory. A possible lighthouse accident. Another explanation is that the men may have been victims of a tragic accident, such as falling from the cliffs or becoming injured while performing maintenance. Some have suggested that the men went to check on the lighthouse machinery or equipment, slipped, and fell to their deaths, but the relief crew found no bodies, leading this theory to seem unlikely. Murder or suicide. Another theory is that one of the keepers may have killed the others and then taken his own life. However, there was no evidence to support this, and the calm, undisturbed scene inside the lighthouse suggests that it was not a violent crime. The final mystery. Despite extensive investigations, the fate of the Flannan Isles lighthouse keepers remains one of the most enduring mysteries in maritime history. Theories abound, but there is no concrete explanation for what happened to the men. Over the years, the disappearance has captured the imagination of those interested in maritime lore, paranormal mysteries, and unsolved disappearances. The lighthouse was eventually automated, and the mystery faded into history, but the Flannan Isles lighthouse remains a symbol of eerie isolation and the unknown. In popular culture, the story has inspired books, documentaries, and theories about the strange events that unfolded there. Whether the disappearance was caused by a natural disaster, a supernatural force, or something more sinister, the story continues to haunt the imagination. Conclusion: the Flannan Isles lighthouse disappearance. The mysterious disappearance of the 3 lighthouse keepers from the Flannan Isles lighthouse in 1900 remains unsolved. The unexplained absence of the men, the eerie logbook entries, and the strange circumstances surrounding the case have kept it alive in both maritime folklore and paranormal lore. Whether they were the victims of a freak accident, supernatural forces, or something even darker, the disappearance remains one of the most puzzling and terrifying maritime mysteries of all time. A deeper dive into the Flannan Isles lighthouse mystery. The Flannan Isles lighthouse disappearance is one of the most puzzling and eerie cases in maritime history. Despite numerous investigations, theories, and speculations, the truth behind what happened to the 3 lighthouse keepers, James Duckett, Donald MacArthur, and Thomas Marshall, remains elusive. Let's continue exploring the mysterious circumstances, the theories that have emerged, and the lingering questions that continue to haunt both the public imagination and maritime enthusiasts. The role of the lighthouse, its location and function. Before diving deeper into the events surrounding the disappearance, it's essential to understand the role of the Flannan Isles lighthouse in the early 1900s. Strategic importance of the lighthouse. The Flannan Isles lighthouse, located on Eilean Moor, the largest of the Flannan Islands, was vital to maritime navigation in the region. The islands sit on a dangerous stretch of coastline known for its treacherous seas, jagged rocks, and the cold, unpredictable weather of the North Atlantic. Before the lighthouse was constructed, ships were at risk of crashing into the rocks, and the islands were notorious for being hazardous to sailors. The lighthouse itself was a critical part of the maritime communication system for ships traveling from Scotland and Ireland to other parts of Europe. The lighthouse operated by illuminating a powerful beam that could be seen for miles, guiding vessels through the dangerous waters. Built in 1899, it was considered modern for its time, equipped with a rotating lens that helped increase the range of the light. Because of its importance, the lighthouse was kept manned at all times, with a crew of 3 lighthouse keepers. These men were responsible for ensuring the light operated around the clock, which required constant vigilance and maintenance, often in harsh and isolating conditions. Theories. Breaking down the key possibilities. The sudden disappearance of the keepers and the strange circumstances surrounding the event have led to a wide range of theories. Let's take a closer look at some of the more in-depth explanations that have been explored over the years. 1. The freak storm theory. One of the earliest and most plausible theories suggested that the keepers were caught in a violent storm that forced them to abandon the lighthouse and flee to safety. The logbook entries do suggest that a storm had occurred several days earlier, though the exact nature of the storm remains unclear. Some theories suggest that this storm caused severe damage to the lighthouse or made the keepers believe that the structure was in danger of being destroyed. They could have decided to abandon the lighthouse, perhaps in panic or in an attempt to escape the storm's aftermath. However, there are several complications with this theory. No evidence of storm damage was found at the lighthouse or in the surrounding areas. The lighthouse itself appeared to be undamaged, and the crew would have had ample time to evacuate if the storm had caused imminent danger. Weather reports for the region did not indicate any extreme weather conditions at the time, which casts doubt on the idea of a sudden and catastrophic storm. The calm sea reported by the relief ship upon arrival suggests that there was no ongoing storm when the men disappeared. Thus, while a storm may have played a role, it does not fully explain the disappearance or the state of the lighthouse when it was found. 2. Human error. A fatal accident. Another theory involves the possibility that one or more of the keepers made an error in judgment, leading to a fatal accident. Some believe that the men might have ventured out in bad weather conditions to fix something on the lighthouse or to conduct maintenance, but something went terribly wrong. This theory suggests that the men were possibly injured while performing their duties, or they may have fallen from the cliffs surrounding the lighthouse. If they were injured or disoriented, it's possible they tried to abandon ship and went in search of help, only to meet their end in a tragic accident. However, the absence of any signs of injury or blood suggests that this theory is also unlikely. No bodies were found in the area or in the water, and there was no evidence to support the idea that an accident occurred outside the lighthouse. 3. The lighthouse keeper's breakdown. One of the more intriguing theories is that the men suffered from a psychological breakdown. The isolation, long shifts, and harsh conditions could have caused the keepers to experience a mental collapse, leading them to abandon the lighthouse in a fit of panic. James Duckett, in particular, was noted in the logbook as having lost his composure during the storm, which has led some to speculate that he might have had a nervous breakdown, causing him to take drastic action. The men's decision to leave the lighthouse without taking the lifeboat or their personal belongings could indicate that they were disoriented or under extreme stress. They may have thought they were in imminent danger, though there was no evidence of an external threat. Despite the possibility of mental distress, the lack of physical evidence, like signs of panic, struggles, or personal belongings left behind, makes this theory difficult to fully substantiate. 4. Paranormal or supernatural theories. The most compelling and chilling explanation for the disappearance is that the three men were taken by supernatural forces. Given the remote location of the lighthouse and the eerie, isolated environment of the Flannan Isles, it's easy to see why many people have been drawn to the supernatural as a possible explanation. Ghostly activity. Some locals and paranormal enthusiasts believe that the Flannan Isles are haunted, with ghosts or spirits of past lighthouse keepers or sailors taking the men in a ghostly manner. The area is steeped in folklore, and the Flannan Isles themselves have long been linked to stories of strange occurrences. Sea monsters. Another supernatural theory involves sea monsters or mythical creatures from local legend. The keepers may have encountered a creature such as a kraken or other sea beasts that took them. Though this idea may seem far-fetched, the fear of sea creatures has always been a prevalent part of maritime lore. The Angel of Death. Some suggest that the men may have been taken by the Angel of Death, an ancient mythological figure in folklore who claims the lives of those who are alone and isolated in a harsh environment. The absence of bodies or physical evidence would support the idea that the men disappeared into another realm or dimension. While these theories are intriguing, there is no concrete evidence to support supernatural explanations, and much of it remains speculative. 5. The possibility of foul play or abduction. Though less likely, some have suggested that the keepers were the victims of foul play, either murdered by someone else on the island or abducted by pirates or a rival group. However, there were no signs of a struggle or any evidence of theft or violence. The men's personal items were left untouched, which makes this theory less plausible. Theories of the Mad Keeper. One intriguing but largely overlooked theory is the idea that the disappearance may have been caused by one of the keepers having a mental breakdown. Given the isolation and responsibility of running the lighthouse, one keeper might have become unhinged and caused the other two to flee. The Mad Keeper theory suggests that one of the men may have acted out of fear or psychosis, possibly leading to the abandonment of the lighthouse. The enduring legacy, the Flannan Isles mystery. The disappearance of the lighthouse keepers at the Flannan Isles continues to captivate people to this day. Theories abound, but no one has been able to solve the mystery definitively. The remote location, the eerie logbook entries, and the unexplained circumstances surrounding the keeper's sudden disappearance have cemented this case as one of the most enduring maritime mysteries. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse remains a haunting symbol of the unknown, a place where nature's isolation and the supernatural unknown combine in a chilling tale that continues to intrigue and frighten. Conclusion: a mystery that will never be solved. The Flannan Isles Lighthouse disappearance remains unsolved, with no clear explanation as to what happened to the three lighthouse keepers. Whether they were the victims of a tragic accident, supernatural forces, or something even darker, the story continues to captivate the imagination of many. The mystery surrounding their disappearance will likely continue to linger in the minds of those who study maritime history and paranormal phenomena. 11. The disappearance of the Sodder children, 1945. The Sodder family tragedy is one of the most perplexing and heartbreaking unsolved mysteries in American history. On Christmas Eve in 1945, 5 children of the Sodder family disappeared after a fire destroyed their West Virginia home. Despite thorough investigations and decades of unanswered questions, their fates remain unknown to this day. The case has garnered widespread attention, with many believing that the children were kidnapped before the fire was set, but no conclusive evidence has ever emerged. The Sodder family. Who were they? The Sodder family was a well-respected family living in Fayetteville, West Virginia, during the 1940s. The family consisted of George Sodder, his wife Jenny, and their 10 children. George was a hard-working and successful businessman who owned a trucking company, while Jenny was a dedicated mother. On Christmas Eve, December 24, 1945, the Sodder family celebrated Christmas with a festive meal and an evening of family activities. After the children went to bed, George and Jenny retired for the night as well. But a few hours later, their lives were irrevocably changed. The fire, a tragic night. Around 1 a.m. on Christmas morning, a fire broke out in the Sodder home. Jenny awoke to the smell of smoke and immediately tried to wake her husband and children. She managed to get 4 of her children out of the house, but 5 of the children, Martha, 14, Louis, 9, Jenny, 8, Betty, 5, and Sylvia, 2, were believed to have perished in the fire. The fire completely destroyed the house, and by the time the fire department arrived, the structure had already burned to the ground. Neighbors reported seeing the flames and hearing loud popping sounds, which were likely the result of the intense heat. A disturbing discovery: no remains found. Once the fire was extinguished and the rubble searched, a horrifying realization set in: no bodies were found. This was extremely unusual, as fires of that magnitude typically leave behind remains of victims. Despite the severity of the fire, there were no traces of the 5 missing children's bodies in the debris. The authorities and the Sodders were shocked by this absence. Firefighters and experts suggested that human bodies should have been found in the ashes, even if the fire was intense enough to destroy everything else. The family had been told that the bodies had been completely consumed by the fire, but this explanation seemed too far-fetched given that the fire was not an inferno of such extreme proportions. The investigation: what happened to the children? In the aftermath of the fire, George and Jenny Sodder were determined to find answers. They did not believe that their children had died in the blaze, and they set out to investigate the strange circumstances surrounding the fire and their children's disappearance. What they uncovered would only deepen the mystery. Strange phone calls and unanswered questions. Before the fire, George Sodder had noticed some strange events leading up to the fire. Just a few weeks before the blaze, George had found a strange phone call in which someone had asked about the family's business dealings. This raised suspicion that someone had been watching them. The fire. At the time of the fire, neighbors reported hearing strange noises around the house, including the sounds of explosions. This raised questions about whether the fire had been deliberately set by someone who knew the family. The Sodders believed that the fire was no accident, and they suspected foul play, possibly connected to the family's business rivals or a disgruntled individual. The investigation, theories, and leads. Despite extensive searches and an investigation into the fire, the authorities were unable to find concrete answers. The case quickly grew cold. The Sodders believed that the fire was a cover-up for a kidnapping. Here are some of the most significant theories that arose. The children were kidnapped. The most prominent theory put forward by the Sodder family was that the children had been kidnapped before the fire had started. The Sodders believed that the fire was deliberately set to conceal the abduction of their children. They also received reports of strange sightings of their children after the fire, which led them to believe the children were still alive and in hiding. Mysterious figures and unusual events. The Sodders received letters from various people claiming to have seen the children alive after the fire. One letter even included a photograph of a young woman who appeared to be Betty Sodder, one of the missing children. The family thought the girl in the photo resembled their daughter, and they believed the children had been taken alive and forced into hiding. The mysterious nature of the letter only deepened the mystery. The fire was arson. Some investigators believed that the fire may have been set deliberately to conceal a crime. However, they found no clear evidence of arson, and the cause of the fire was never officially determined. A deeper dive into the Sodder children disappearance, 1945. The disappearance of the Sodder children has been the subject of much intrigue and speculation, with many aspects of the case remaining unresolved for decades. Let's explore the case in greater detail, examining key developments, theories, and the aftermath, and diving into the unsettling events that followed the fire. We'll focus on the mysterious circumstances, unanswered questions, and the ongoing search for the truth. The night of the fire, unusual details. On the night of December 24, 1945, the Sodder family celebrated Christmas Eve in their home in Fayetteville, West Virginia. The children were playing with their toys, and the family enjoyed a typical holiday evening. But in the early hours of December 25th, tragedy struck when a fire broke out in the house. Here are the most significant and peculiar details of that night. 1. The unusual timing of the fire. The fire started around 1 a.m., and Jenny Sodder was the first to smell smoke. Upon waking, she rushed to wake her husband, George, and tried to rescue their children. The fire began in the back of the house, where the children's bedrooms were located. What made the fire unusual was the rapid spread. Firefighters later reported that the flames spread much more quickly than they should have, given the size of the house and the fact that it had a wooden structure. Despite the speed of the fire, the Sodders managed to escape, but the 5 children, Martha, 14, Louis, 9, Jenny, 8, Betty, 5, and Sylvia, 2, were believed to have perished in the blaze. 2. The impossible escape. Despite the intensity of the fire, some details about the children's alleged death seemed inconsistent with the physical evidence. The family's escape, George and Jenny, along with their 4 other children, managed to escape the fire. They all gathered outside, watching the house burn to the ground, but none of them saw any of the 5 missing children. The windows and doors were not blocked, and it seemed plausible that the children could have escaped, but there was no trace of them. The fire's intensity. Despite the ferocity of the fire, the firefighters found no human remains in the wreckage. This was highly unusual, as bodies are generally identifiable after fires of this magnitude. The absence of remains became one of the most perplexing aspects of the case. The investigation. Unanswered questions. After the fire, investigators and the Sodder family began to suspect that something was wrong. George and Jenny were convinced that their children had not perished in the fire, but had instead been kidnapped. They began to investigate further, and several theories and troubling developments emerged. 1. The mysterious phone call. Before the fire, George had received a strange phone call from someone asking about the family's business. The caller seemed to know specific details about their lives, which made George suspicious. Later, it was revealed that George had been having trouble with a local business rival, and some speculated that the fire could have been a way to settle a score. The mysterious phone call fueled suspicions that someone had been watching the family. 2. The fireman's testimony. Firefighters, upon arrival, immediately began searching for bodies in the remains of the solder house. But there were no human remains to be found. Even after an extensive investigation, no bones or body parts were recovered, which is a common find in fires of this nature. Experts suggested that the remains should have been found despite the fire's intensity. One explanation was that the heat of the fire was not intense enough to consume human remains. However, this did not fit with the severity of the flames, nor with the fire's rapid spread. Firemen and investigators were baffled by the lack of evidence. No physical traces of the children's bodies were ever found, leading many to wonder if they had fled the house before it burned down. 3. The family's belief in kidnapping. The most striking and significant aspect of the investigation was the Sodder family's belief that the children had been abducted before the fire was set. George and Jenny Sodder came to the conclusion that the fire was set intentionally to cover up the kidnapping. They believed that the children were alive and taken for some purpose, possibly related to the family's business dealings, or to force George into some sort of action. George, convinced that his children were still alive, began an extensive search for any clues that might suggest their fate. The family offered a reward for information leading to the children's whereabouts, but despite numerous leads and tips, nothing solid materialized. Theories. What happened to the Sodder children? Over the years, several theories have been proposed to explain the strange disappearance of the Sodder children. Let's explore some of the most chilling theories.